morning. We are here at Del Mar, Delaware. This is US 13 Dragway, and we have had a wonderful weekend out here. Okay, they are doing a cleanup time run. They're fixing to do here, and then we will be going right in to the eliminations for today. Now, Friday, our Friday Beach Custom Services Mod 2.5K winner was Paul Riddle Jr. The Friday Fishbowl Top 5K winner was Philip Truitt. Then we had a Hillbilly Mayhem race that took place, and that was won by Brandon Layfield. Okay. Then we had, yesterday, we had the Saturday Toll Junior Dragster Shootout, and Ella Ketterman won that one. Congratulations, Ella. Saturday, also, we had the Beach Custom Services Mod 2.5K, and that was won by Brandon Michaels. And then the Saturday Fishbowl Top 5K was won by Brian Bogle. Now today we have a Sunday Tall Junior Dragster Shootout. We'll have a Sunday Beach Custom Services Mod 2.5K and the Sunday Fishbowl Top 5K. Now, we would like to give a special shout out to US Dragway 13, US 13 Dragway, got it all backwards, sorry, for bringing us in, and along with their long-term supporters, Alton Brothers Furniture and LZ, I can't speak this morning, I'm so sorry, LZ Septic Services. They also assisted in bringing us in, and we are very, very grateful for them for keeping this Motormania TV live stream free to you, the viewer. If you have anything you need to do it now. We have a full day of racing right now. Like I said, they have called for a cleanup time run. Anybody who didn't get a time run this morning, who came in late, they're calling for them to come in and do that, and then we'll go into round one of the Sunday Beach Custom Services Mod. Okay, also, just to let you know, Danny Hoff is here, but in the time run, he broke something bad in the car, and so we're hoping that he can get that put together and we will be able to watch him race. If not, we're just glad he came, and yeah, that's about it. So here we go. Wait a minute, here we go, and yeah, get ready.
And final call going out for Need a Run. Final call for Need a Run. Cars are going out now. And first call going out to Mod Doubles, lanes 1 and 2. Mod Doubles, I need you up in lanes 1 or 2, please. And Brandon Michaels, you will be the bye for first round. Yeah, that would be with your 127 entry, Brandon Michaels. Bye on the 127 entry. And once again, I need my double buybacks. Buybacks. Double entries. Double entries. Mod. Lanes 1 and 2. Beach Custom Services. No box cars. Lanes 1 and 2. Double entries to the front, please. And here we go with our cleanup round. Sam Sanders on the two-wheeler going in the water. Sam gonna roll up here with his 05 Hayabusa. Sam 19 on the hit. Gonna run down there. 601 with a 4 at 114. Danny Huff up here in the Equinox in the Rent-A-Ride. Danny runs down there 1182 with an 8, 58 mile an hour. Next up, Charles Sanders here, coming to us out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. This is tree with a 10. Runs down there 772 with a 6 at 89 miles an hour. And once again, I'll go ahead and take all my Beach Custom Services no box cars, lanes 1 and 2. No box cars to lanes 1 and 2. Brandon Michaels, you're going to have the bye with your 127 entry. And once again, anybody that can help a racer out with a CSI water pump without the ears, go over here to the Amsoil trailer. He's in need. And Danny Huff up here to get his second time hit.
Alrighty, so I know Jeff's put a call out for that Mod ET, sponsored by Beach Custom Services, general contractor Chris Kaler and the gang. We thank them. You should be making your way to lanes 1 or 2. And at this time, as we are just a few minutes away from starting, and before we get started again, we just want to thank all the racers that have come out here this weekend and today. Today's a hot one, so don't forget, guys, we have a cooler up front in the head of the staging. Make sure you stay hydrated, stay as cool as possible. We want everybody safe here. And before we start today, as we always do, we'd like to ask everybody to please stand, and gentlemen, remove your hats as we honor America with the playing of the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Again, up here in the tower singing that national anthem. She has done a good job all 3 days. Can't thank her enough. Dawn loves it when we call her out like that. All right, drivers, in 1 and 2. Let's go ahead and load up. First round of the Beach Custom Services, general contracting, Mod ET, first round. Let's get them loaded up and let's go, gals and guys, as we're ready for some action here. Final day, day 3 of the Hillbilly Bracket Bash. For all you on Motor Mania TV watching, welcome. Hope you enjoy today's racing. As we appreciate Motor Mania being here to cover this. They'll be back here in 2 weeks to cover our Jerry Ketterman 64 car shootout 5K top, along with the 5K Saturday top ET, plus Jerry's Super Bad 8. He'll be up here a little later. If you haven't heard about his show, he'll be up here a little later and you will know about his show. Jerry loves to talk about Jerry and Jerry's show, and he will be up here a little bit later. So we We appreciate Jerry's efforts. We just have to give him a hard time. Then on Sunday, we'll celebrate our 60th anniversary. My grandparents, Bill and Juanita Cathell, built the facility here. My mom and dad and my uncle, they ran it up until 2021. And then my wife and I took over last year, and this is our second year doing it. And we are very grateful for all the racers that have supported us and to try to keep this family tradition going. But we will be celebrating 60 years next Sunday, right here, or excuse me, that Sunday, August 27th. That weekend is the 25th through the 27th. A lot of big money up for grabs, and make sure you come out. We got the car show on Sunday. We got the Pro Stick Racing Group. They're coming out, so a lot. You will see probably some of the fastest dragsters and door cars in the Mid-Atlantic region here for Jerry's Bad 8. So I'm going to turn the mic over to Jeff. I'm going to go down and try to help with the staging lanes, and good luck to all the racers today.
And here we go. First pair rolling into the water box. Faith Hudson here, tower side, dialed up a 765 up against James Paler over there in the far lane, dialed up a 707. James coming to us from Northeast Maryland. And that Chevy Camaro. Faith out of Millsboro, Delaware in the S10. Faith, she's tough. 10 on the hit. James 33. Faith's in control. Faith going to pick up the win. Dead on with a 0. Give her a 10-pack. James 07 with a 1 on an 07. 33 on the hit. Faith moving on to the next round. Next up, Paul Riddle Jr. here, tower side. Dialed up a 631. Herbie Sullivan over there in the Outten Brothers lane, dialed up a 716. Herbie going to pick up the win. Runs down there a 720 with a 5 on a 716. What a 12 reaction time. Paul 67 on the hit. 1 above with a 4. Robin Lore's here tower side in the 55 Chevy, dialed up a 724 up against Brandon Michaels over there in the Outten Brothers lane, dialed up a 709. Lures in control. 6th out on the hit. Lures picks up the win. 1 above with a 0. Brandon 712 with a 7 on a 709. 46 on the hit. Jay Parrott here, tower side, dialed up an 803. Al Burke over there in the Mustang, dialed up a 654. Al Al breaks out. Give the win to Jay. Dead on with a 2. Give him a 15 pack. 13 on the hit. Al runs down there and runs out by 2. Al. Paul Northup here at Tower Side. 663 on the board. Brandon Layfield over there in the S10. Dialed up a 598. Brandon, 602 with an 8 on a 98. Paul runs it out, 1 above, 42 on the hit. Brian Dennis, Tower Side, 708 on the window. Keaton, Dave Keaton over there in the far lane in the Camaro, dialed up a 591. Brian runs out by 1. Give the win to Keaton. 93 with a 6 on the 91. 22 on the hit. Next up, Josh Phelps over there in the Alton Brothers lane. Dialed up a 589 going up against Benny Parkinson here at Tower Side with a 672 on the window. First call going out to Junior Dragsters. Talls, Junior Dragsters, 69, lane 3, 10 to 12, lane 4, 13 to 17. Phelps runs down there a 595 with a 1 on an 89 with a 15 reaction time. Benny, 1 above, but way late on the hit. Next up, Michael Jefferson over there in the Alton Brothers lane, dialed up a 643, going up against David Hornsby here, Tower Side. And that beautiful Nova. Little Nova on Nova action here. David got 630 on the dial-in board. I read last night he's been having some bad luck. Hopefully today his luck will change. Jefferson, 24 on the wrong side. Give him rating. Hornsby, dead on with a 6. Next up, Steve Price over there in the Alton Brothers lane, dialed a 747. Up against Gary Owens here at Tower Side, dialed up a 663. Looks like Steve might be having some issues out there. Starter's backing him off. Well, unfortunately, there, Steve had some issues. Gary's going to pick up the broke by here. Runs it out the back. 662 with a 7 on a 63. So next up, we're going to have Kelly Fleming here in the S10 in the Alton Brothers lane. She's going to be dialed up a 788. Going up against Keith Paler here, tower side, 559 on the window in that Buick. Really like the look of this Buick. Makes a nice looking race car. They're both in. Kelly going to pick up the win. Kelly runs it out the back door. 787 with a 1 on an 88 with an 86 reaction time. Next up, Michael Cashman over there in Expedition, dialed up at 1159. Going up against Danny Huff here, tower side, dialed up at 1140. Little street race action looks like here. Danny going to pick up the win. Michael turns at 46 red. Danny runs down there at 1198 with an 8 on 1140. Michael runs it out a 50 with a 4 on a 59. Next up, Sam Sanders here, tower side on the two-wheeler, dialed up a 591. Going up against Ron Reese, 623 on the window. Sanders runs down there 617 with a 1 on a 591. 41 on the hit. Last call, junior dragsters. Talls, junior dragsters. 6 to 9-year-olds, lanes 3, 10 to 12 to 4, 13 to 17 to lane 5, please. Next up, Russ Archer. 676 on the window. Going up against A.J. Jenkins out of Mechanicsville, Maryland over there in the Mustang, dialed up a 612. One above with a 2, with a 007 reaction time. AJ One above with a 9. 43 on the hit. Russ moving on. Charles Sanders here, tower side. Dialed up a 772. Jacob Bowie over there in the Alton Brothers lane. Dialed up a 605. Sanders runs down there a 765 with an 8 on a 72 with a 64 reaction time. Next up, John Miller over there in the Alton Brothers lane in the 77 Firebird. Dialed up a 570. Up against Crystal Hudson here, tower side. Dialed up a 611 in the S10. Crystal going to pick up the win. Dead on with a 0. 60 on the hit. John runs it out. 8 under. 31 on the hit. Next up, Paul Riddle here, tower side in the 84 Camaro. Dialed up a 629. Up against Roger Strawderman over there in the Vega. Dialed a 618. Pick up the win. Dead on with a 0. Give him a 20 pack. 20 on the hit. Roger runs out. 6 under. Very late on the tree. Next up, Benny Parkinson here, tower side. 672 on the window. Matt Patterson over there in the pickup. Dialed a 648. Patterson going to run down there 641 with a 7 on a 48. Danny Huff back up here, tower side. Dialed up 1137, going up against Nicholas Bowie over there. In the S10, dialed up a 648. Danny's going to be down there about the 10:30, close to it before Nicholas gets to Nicholas in trouble. But Nicholas picks up the win. Danny couldn't run the number. Nicholas, 1 above with a 0. 143 on the hit. Danny, 76 with a 6 on a 37. 23 on the hit. Next up here, Herbie Sullivan, tower side, 717, up against James Paler over here in the Camaro. Dialed up a 706. Paler putting her in deep over there. Waiting on Herbie here. Fourth foul separated. Herbie Sullivan picks up the win, dead on with an 8. James runs out by 7. Man, looks like Sam Sanders on the two-wheeler having a little problems in the water box. Going to give the broke by here to Brandon Michaels. Michaels got a 7-11 on the window. Michaels 24 on the hit. Run down there, runs it out. 709 with a 4 on a 7-11. So, first up here, Blake Truitt here at Tower Side, dialed up 1190. Going up against Reagan Ketterman over there in the far lane, dialed up 1191. Blake going to pick up the win. Reagan turns her 150 red. Blake runs down there at 1202 with a 5 on an 1190. 48 on the hit. Next up, Andrew Shavers over there in the Alton Brothers Lane. Dialed 1196, going on up against Haley Truitt here, Tower Side. 1190 on the board. Andrew in control. 11 on the hit. Haley 69 on the hit. Andrew going to pick up the win. Dead on with a 1. Give him a 12-pack. Haley, 1 above, but it's just a little behind at the start. Next up, Lucas Gordy here at Tower Side. 70-90 on the dial-in board. Going up against Laney Thomas over there in the Outten Brothers lane. 820 on her board. Laney Thomas coming to us from Hanover, Pennsylvania. Making the trip down to race with us this weekend. Side. Lucas runs it out. 788 with a 2 on a 790. 49 on the hit. Lacey 1 under. Just a little bit early on the tree. Next up, Bentley Hazard here at Tower Side. Got a 9 flat on the dial-in board. Going up against Brandon Jenkins over there in the Outten Brothers lane, dialed a 795. Brandon going to pick up the win. 1 above with a 3. 42 on the hit. Bentley dead on with a 9. 91 on the hit. Next up here, Ella Ketterman. Going to pick up the bye here, first round. 816 on the dial-in board. Ella picking up the win here last night. Comes out at Keller Girl Racing Camp. Ella 32 on the hit. Runs down there in 819 with a 2 on a 16. And next up, Madison Gordy over there in the Outten Brothers lane. Dialed up a 790 going up against Braden Hazard here at Tower Side. 791 on his dial-in board. Braden now to that Hazard's Auto Parts camp. 73 on the wrong side. Braden runs down there a 91 with a 1 on the 91. 99 on the hit. And don't forget, if the family or the friends couldn't make it down this weekend, make sure you give them a shout. Tell them to go watch you on Motormania TV. You can find it on motormaniatv.com. They can go subscribe to the Motormania TV YouTube channel. And that live stream is brought to you today by the Alton Brothers Home Furnishing and Elzig Septic Systems Services. Bridget Atkins here at Towerside, dialed up a 790. Jonathan Henry over there, dialed up a 794. Bridget coming out of that Gordy Racing Camp. Jonathan, Jungle Ben Racing. Bridget turned to 24 red. Hand the win over to Jonathan, 47 on the hit. Runs down there, runs it out. 793 with an 8 on a 94. Next up, Noah James here at Towerside, 801 on the dial-in board. Braxton Hazard over there in the Alton Brothers lane, dialed up a 793. And first call going out to top ET door cars. Doubles. Double entries to the front. Lanes 3 and 4. Top ET door cars. Lanes 3 and 4, please. And Noah picking up the win there with a trip zip on the hit. Runs down there. They both double breakout win. Noah's 8 flat with a 2. Braxton 791 with an 8. Once again, door cars, lanes 3 and 4. Door cars, box, door cars, 3 and 4. And I need Stephen Truitt, the lane 5. Stephen Truitt, you are the buy if there is one. The lane 5, please. Man, once again, don't forget to tell all your friends. They can catch you live on MotorMania TV. All they got to do is go to motormaniatv.com. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. Make sure you ring the bell. That way they don't miss any of the, not a single event. Also want to thank Alton Brothers Home Furnishing, Elzig Septic Service for bringing us the free live feed today, and actually all weekend. Also want to give a big shout out to this awesome track crew here. Always keeping the track tight and right. Mark Cathell out there heading things up. Definitely appreciate all the hard work that they put in these long and hot days. And I don't want to forget my ambulance crew down there. Sits down there all day, keep everybody safe, keeps an eye on the top end for me. Appreciate those guys. Oh yeah, I cannot forget my main man Glenn down there in the ticket shack. That's it. That's my main man down there, man. Takes care of everybody down there. Keeps the tickets straight. Yep, I got Mike Passwaters over there to the fuel building. Frank out there on the sweeper. Jerry, Doug, Frankie over there in the tech booth. Taco down there to the head of staging. Sarge out there on the starting line. And Pee Wee. I cannot forget about Pee Wee. And definitely can't forget the girls that sit out at the ticket booth all day. Making sure everybody gets in here to enjoy this great event. Second annual Hillbilly Bracket Bash, Sunday edition. And I see Mr. Excitement out there on the starting line, checking things out. Everything good out there, Philip? Oh yeah, I misspoke there. That is Mr. Entertainment. Are we right there, Mark? Looks good, looks good. All right. We're getting ready to go into the first round of door cars. Box door cars brought to you by the Fish Bowl up there in Dover, Delaware. I learned last night that they do some really nice aquariums. They sell all kinds of fish for all your aquarium needs. Freshwater, saltwater, any size. If you want a fish tank, that's who you need to call. The Fish Bowl out of Dover, Delaware. All right, first call out going out to my box dragsters, double entries, lanes 1 and 2. And I need Frankie Lacates to lane 5. Frankie Lacates, I need you to lane 5. You are the buy if there is one. All other double entry dragsters, lanes 1 and 2. And here we go. First round, Fishbowl box door cars coming to the water. Looks like we got Neil Hubert over there in the Outen Brothers lane. going up against Bill Groton here, tower side. Groton, 747 on the dial in. Separate him on the hit. Give the win. Neil Huber. One above with a 4. 12 on the hit. Billy runs out. 46 with a 5 on a 47. 17 on this end. Next up, David Weitzel over there in the Alton Brothers lane, dialed up a 593, going up against Ron McCain here, tower side, 680. Wetzel out of Glen Burnie, Maryland. McCain coming to us from Federalsburg, Maryland. McCain turns it 10 red. Give a win to Wetzel. Wetzel 13 on the hit. Runs a 1 above with a 3. McCain gonna be upset. Dead on with a 0. But a little bit on the red side. Next up, Dave Keaton here, tower side. Dialed up a 592. Up against Kenny Palmer over there in the Nova. Dialed up a 583. Keaton in control. Keaton picks up the win. 95 with a 9 on a 92, 22 on the hit. Palmer runs out, 81 with a 6 on an 83. A little bit behind on this end. Johnny Myers here, tower side, dialed up a 553 in the Thunderbird, going up against David Towler here in the 72 Nova, dialed up a 562. David coming to us from New Windsor, Maryland. Johnny Myers out of Glen Burnie, Maryland. Separate him on this end. Who's it going to be on the other? Give the win. Johnny Myers. 55 with a 6 on a 53. 17 on the hit. David runs out. 1 thou. 19 on this end. Johnny Myers moving on. Alan Clayfield here, tower side in the Blazer, dialed up a 718. Eddie McBride over there in the far lane, dialed up a 609. Thou, separate him into hit. 6 thou, excuse me, 6 thou. Give the win to Allen. 1 above with a 1 on an 18. 009 on the hit. Eddie, 1 above with a 6. 15 on this end. Allen moving on to the next round. John Richmond here, tower side in the 63 Chevy 2. Dialed up a 526. Darren Roten over there in that beautiful 68 Chevelle. Dialed up a 595. Give the win. Richmond. Dead on with a 1. Give him a 19 pack. Darren, 1 above with a 0. 29 on this end. Next up, Bigfoot. Josh Nichols here, Tower Side, dialed a 777 going up against, I believe that's Buddy Layfield over there in the S10, dialed up a 766. Bigfoot got him by 4 thou on this end. What can he do with it on that end? He can't. Dead on with a 7. Buddy, 66. Dead on with a 0. 15 on the hit. Took him through by 3 thousandths. Next up, Mike Hooper, Tower Side, 537. Dalton Weltner over there in the S10, dialed up a 602. Couldn't run the number. Must have given it back to him down there. Dalton, 08 with a 5 on an 02. 003 on this end. Hooper, dead on with a 6. 51 on the hit. My man, Wayne Patton here, Tower Side. 556 on the dial-in board. Austin Powell over there in the Firebird, dialed up a 509. And Patton runs it out. But 2 thou. 14 on the hit. Give the win to Austin Powell. Dead on with a 5. 31 on this end. 34, excuse me. 34 on this end. Next up, Philip Truitt here, Tower Side, dialed a 678. Bobby Weltner over there in the Firebird, dialed up a 623. Philip in control here. Philip gonna pick up the win. 680 with a 1 on a 678. 004 on this end. Weltner runs out by 1 thou. 34 on the hit. Jerry Birchfield Senior here at Tower Side, dialed up a 539. Michael DiLorenzo over there in the far lane, dialed up a 584. Separate him on this end. Who's it going to be? Give the win to Michael DiLorenzo. Dead on with a 6. 19 on the hit. Jerry runs out by 2 thou. Next up, Rob Weltner over there in the Outten Brothers lane in the Orange Crush Mustang, dialed up a 612. Justin Kreider here, Tower Side, in the 71 Nova, dialed up a 606. Justin going to pick up the win. 07 with a 4 on 06, 12 on the hit. Rob, 2 above with a 6, 24 on this end. Clark Howe here at Tower Side, 607. Cody Mariner over there in that beautiful 78 Malibu, dialed up a 552. Separate them on this end. Who's it going to be on the other? Give it, Cody Mariner. 1 above with a 1, 28 on the hit. Clark, 1 above with a 2, 30 on the hit. 3 thou, margin of victory. Russ Archer here, Tower Side in the wagon, dialed up a 676. Tim Sampson over there in the far lane, dialed up a 617. Way early there. Russ going to pick up the win. 1 above with an 8, 35 on the hit. Next up, Doug Milner, Pretzel Man here, Tower Side, dialed up a 545. Up against Brooks Moore over there in that beautiful 67 Camaro, dialing a 624. Fourth thou, separate them here on this end. Who's it going to be? Give it to Brooks Moore. Dougie runs it out. Brooks Moore dead on with a 0. Give him an 8-pack. Milner, 44 with a 4 on a 45. 12 on the hit. Wayne Sierra here at Tower Side, 582. Mike Larkin over there in the S10, dialed up a 771. Larkin, somebody's going to need to give him a hug. 001 on the wrong side, gives a win to Wayne. Wayne runs down there a 587 with a 9 on an 82. 143 on the hit. Bernie Powell's over there in the Chevy 2, dialed up a 558. Going up against Mac Dalby here, Tower Side, 621 on the Camaro. Bernie, double breakout. Bernie going to pick up the win. 57 with a 3 on a 58. Mac, 17 with a 7 on a 21. And coming up next is going to be the long and skinnies coming in the water. In our box category here, brought to you by the Fish Bowl up there in Dover, Delaware. Man, coming up to the line here, Alex Bradford over there in the Outten Brothers lane, dialed up a 480, going up against Fred Rogers here, tower side, with a 481. Alex Fred turns it 25 on the wrong side. Alex dead on with a 4. 26 on the hit. Give him a 30 pack. Dennis Long over there in the Outten Brothers lane, dialed up a 485, going up against Vanetta Ennis here, tower side, dialed up a 467. This is all controlled by Dennis here. What's he going to do on the other end? Dennis going to pick up the win. 1 above with a 6. 2 on the hit. Vanetta. 1 above with a 3. 90 on this end. Give the win, Dennis Long. Next up, Jerry Birchfield Jr. here, tower side. Dialed up a 445, going up against Brandon Ennis over there in the Outten Brothers lane, dialed up a 484. Give the win, Birchfield. 48 with a 4 on a 45. 008 on the hit. Margin of victory, 3 thou. Ennis goes through 487 with a 7 on a 484. Next up, W.R. Ketterman over here in the Elzig Septics lane. 455 on the dollar and board. Paul Riddle over there in the Outten Brother lane. Dialed up a 497. Dubs control on this end. Dubs going to pick up the win. 2 above with a 7. 17 on the hit. Paul, 1 above with a 9. 27 on the hit. Margin of victory, 2,000s. Dubs moving to the round number next. Next up, Mike Huff here, tower side, out of Hanover, Pennsylvania. Dialed up a 464. Robbie Hamilton over there in the Outten Brothers lane, Millersville, Maryland. Down a 479. Mike's in, waiting on Robbie. Robbie's in. 4th thou, separate them on this end. Who's it going to be on the other? Robbie going to pick up the win. Dead on with a 7. Huff, 1 above with a 6, with a 14 reaction time. Margin of victory, 0.054. Corey Maloney here, Tower Side, coming to us from Glen Burnie, Maryland, dialed up a 514. Up against Roland Powell over there in the Outten Brothers lane, dialed up a 480. Loving the look of this dragster here, Corey. Corey had some issues here at the hit. Give the win, Roland Powell. Roland rolls down there, dead on with a 7. Giving himself a 17 pack. Next up, a pair of our track regular weekend racers. Tommy Ketterman here, Tower Side, dialed up a 471 up against Benny Parks over there in the Outten Brothers lane, dialed up a 524. Tommy turns it red by 4th thou. Benny, dead on. Trip zip. 1 above with a 5. Benny moving on to the next round. Tommy's going to have to bring it around to the buyback round. Brett Jones here, Tower Side, dialed up a 513. Larry McGowan over there in the far lane, dialed up a 480. McGowan. I'll get it. Larry McGowan. Get it. Brett must have given it back. Larry runs down there 1 above with a 5. Brett 515 with a 4 on a 513. Margin of victory down there was a 0.046. Christian Walston over there in the Outten Brothers lane, dialed up a 493 up against Terrell Sinkler here. Tower Side, dialed a 514. Christian out of Chincoteague, Virginia. Terrell out of Baltimore, Maryland. Christian in control. Christian picks up the win, dead on with a 9. 15 on the hit. Terrell dead on with a 6. 25 on the hit. Margin of victory 0.077. Glenn Reese here at Tower Side out of Newcastle, Delaware. Dialed up a 480. Up against Nick McGodwin here in the Allen Brothers lane. Dialed up a 492. Coming to us from Woodstock, Maryland. Glenn couldn't control here on this end. Couldn't get it done. Nick going to pick up the win. 1 above with a 0 on a 23 reaction time. Glenn 3 above with a 2. 06 on the hit. Margin of victory. 5 thousandths. Next up, Johnny Ennis here at Tower Side. Dialed a 470 up against Billy Thomas over there in the short and skinny. Dialed up a 470. Johnny in control on this end. Johnny going to pick up the win. 1 above with a 9. 13 on the hit. Billy 2 above with a 0. 37 on this end. Next up, Mike Jones here at Tower Side. Dialed up a 463 going up against Greg King over there in the Allen Brothers lane. Dialed up a 474. And here we go. A little staging war going on here. Mike goes ahead and puts it in. Greg's in. Mike puts it on. 002 on the hit. Mike going to pick up the win. 65 with a 6 on a 63. Margin of victory. 5 thousandths. Mod ET re-entry lanes 1 and 2. Beach Custom Services Mod ET buybacks lanes 1 and 2, please. Alex Bradford over here Tower Side dialed up a 480. Matthew Coble over there in the far lane dialed up a 514. Not seeing, used to seeing Alex over here in this lane. Matthew in control. Double breakout. Matthew going to pick up the win. 513 with a 0 with a 13 reaction time. Alex 478 with a 1 on a 480. And Frank Lecate's up here on the buy. Dialed a 459. Frankie 12 on the hit. 106 at the 60. Runs down there a 459 with a 1 on a 459. Next up, Jordan McCain here, Tower Side, dialed up a 680. Neil Hubert over there in the Allen Brothers lane, dialed up a 594 on the window. one thou. Separate them on this end. Who's going to be on the other? Give it to McCain. Dead on with a 2. 20 on the hit. Give him a 22 pack. Hubert. 94 with a 7 on the 94. 21 on the hit. Margin of victory 0-0-6-5. Next up, Johnny Myers here, Tower Side, dialed up a 555. Brandon Layfield over there in the Outten Brothers lane, dialed up a 598. Johnny's in, waiting on Brandon. Brandon's in. Johnny left just a little bit early. Hands the win over to Brandon Layfield. Layfield runs a 6:21 with a 0 on a 98. 26 on the hit. Next up, Stephen Truitt here at Tower Side, dialed a 583, going up against Billy Groton over there in the Pontiac, dialed up a 746. Billy's in control on this end. Billy going to pick up the win. 1 above with a 2. 009 on the hit. Steven runs it out. 81 with a 9 on an 83. 23 on this end. And that'll
Welding, pumps, regulators, filters, fueling champions.
And coming out here for our re-entry round, Steve Price got his leak fixed here. Coming up in the Alton Brothers lane, dialed up a 747. Jeff Davenport here, tower side, dialed a 679. And first call going out to our Talls Junior Dragsters re-entry round. 69 to lane 3, 10 to 12 to lane 4, 13 to 17 lane 5. Jeff going to pick up the win. Jeff runs down there a 684 with a 6 on a 79. 69 on the hit. Steve, little late, 2 above with a 5. Benny Parkinson here, tower side, dialed up a 671. James Peller over there in the far lane, dialed up a 707. One thou separate them here at the hit. Give the win, James Paler. Dead on, give him a 32 pack. Benny, 1 above with a 5. 33 on the hit. Brian Dennis here, tower side, dialed up a 708. Ron Reese over there in the Alton Brothers lane, dialed up a 623. What's he going to do with it on the other end? Double breakout win going to Ron Reese. 622 with a 7 on a 623. 31 on the hit. Brian, 706 with a 4 on a 708. 16 on this end. Ron moving on to down number next. Up next, Michael Jefferson over there in the Alton Brothers lane. Dialed up a 641. AJ Jenkins here out of Mechanicsville, Maryland, in the Mustang, dialed up a 614. Separate them on this end. Who's it going to be? Jefferson. Dead on with a 1. Give him a 34 pack. Jenkins. Dead on with a 5. But 40 on the hit. Next up, Jacob Bowie over there in the Alton Brothers lane, dialed a 602. Up against Brandon Michaels here, tower side. 711 on the window. And sorry about that. Brandon Michaels picks up the win there, the last pass. Dead on with a 7. 20 on the hit. Margin of victory 0086. Jacob, one above with a 7. 18 on the hit. And I got a racer in need of a 16-volt charger, if anybody can help him out. In need of a 16-volt charger. Next up here, Danny Huff, Tower Side. 1198 on the window. James Paler over there in the Alton Brothers lane dialed up a 705. Danny's going to be out there about 3 bus lengths. Danny turns it red, gives the win to James. James 11 on the hit, runs down there. Dead on with a 2. Give him a 13 pack. James Power moving on to round number next. And here we go with our junior dragster re-entry round. I'll get it up. First up, Haley Truitt here at Tower Side, 1190. Regan Ketterman over there with 1196. Light advantage to Haley. Haley going to pick up the win. Dead on with a 9. Ketterman runs it out. 91 with a 3 on a 96. And first call going out to my top re-entry. Lanes 3 and 4. Top re-entry to lanes 3 and 4, please. Door cars re-entry. Top. Lanes 3 and 4. And once again, can I get my fishbowl box? Door cars, re-entry round, lanes 3 and 4. Next up here we have Bentley Hazard here at Tower Side, $8.99 on the dollar on board. Laney Thomas over there in the Alton Brothers lane, dialed in $8.20. Laney coming to us out of Hanover, Pennsylvania. Appreciate you making the trip. Bentley going to pick up the win. Laney, 18 on the wrong side. Bentley runs down there a 903 with a 2 on an 899. 198 on the hit. Laney dead on with a 0, but was just a little bit early. Next up, Bridget Atkins here at Tower Side, dialed a 791. Madison Gordy over there in the Alton Brothers lane, dialed up a 794. Both of these coming out of the Gordy Racing Camp. Slick Chick over there in the far lane up against the Red Fred dragster here on the Tower Side. Madison in control on this end. Madison going to pick up the win. Dead on with a 1. Give her a 24 pack. Bridget couldn't get there. 94 with a 0 on a 91. 64 on the hit. And can I get my fishbowl box dragsters re-entry round to lanes 1 and 2? Re-entry dragsters to lanes 1 and 2, please. Braxton Hazard over there with the solo pass. Dialed up a 790. Braxton's 97 on the hit. Runs down there, 1 above with a 3. Braxton moving on to round number next. And here we go with our box re-entry round. Cars coming around to the water box. And first up, Eddie McBride over there in the Allen Brothers Lane, dialed up a 610 up against Ron McCain here, Tower Side, 679 on the window in the 73 Nova. Ron all in control here on this end. What's he going to do with it on the other? He's going to not get there. Not get there. Must have give it back. Whomped on him one too many times. Eddie, dead on with a 2. Give him a 39 pack. Victor, margin of victory 0011. Next up, Wayne Patton here, Tower Side, dialed up a 554, going up against Mike Larkin over there in the S10 pickup, dialed up a 771. Mike, 005 on the hit, but runs out by 1 thou. Give him to win. Patton, dead on with a 5, 39 on the hit. Next up, Darren Roden, Alton Brothers Lane, dialed up a 595. Mac Dolber here, Tower Side, dialed up a 619. 10 thou, separate him at the hit. 5 thou, I'm sorry, 5 thou. What am I talking about? Darren picks up the win, dead on with a 3. 005 on the hit. Mac runs it out, 17 with a 5 on a 19. Next up, Jerry Birchfield Sr. here, Tower Side. Coming to us out of Baltimore, Maryland, dialed up a 539. Going up against Rob Weltner Jr. over there in the 89 Mustang. Final call, dragster buybacks. Final call, dragster buybacks to lanes 1 and 2. Rob in control. Rob going to run out. Give the win to Jerry. Jerry 541 with a 0 on a 539. 62 on the hit. Weltner 11 with a 7 on a 12. Next up, Johnny Myers here, Tower Side. Out of Glen Burnie, Maryland, dialed up a 553. Up against Bobby Weltner over there in the Firebird, dialed up a 622. Weltner turns it red, give the win, Johnny Myers. Johnny Myers, 19 on the hit, runs it out the back door, 52 with a 2 on a 53. Johnny moving on to round number two. Next up, Josh Nichols here, Tower Side, dialed up a 777. Billy Groton over there in the Alton Brothers Lane, dialed up a 746. Billy in control. But he could give it right back to him. Billy runs down there a 52 with a 0 on a 46 with a 007 reaction time. Josh, 56 on the hit. One above with a 1. Margin of victory, 0.006. And that brings up Mike Huff here, tower side, up against Alex Bradford over there in the Outen Brothers lane. Alex, 479. Huff, 464. Alex, 7 on the wrong side. Give the win to Huff. Huff 1 above with an 8. 9 on the hit. Mike moving on. Round number 2. Brett Jones over there in the Outen Brothers lane. Dialed up a 5.15 up against Corey Maloney here. Tower side with a 5.14 on the dial-in board. Really liking that paint scheme on that dragster. Corey coming to us from Glen Burnie, Maryland. Brett out of Princess Anne. Brett in control here on this end. What's he going to do with it on the other end? Double breakout. 5.14 with an 8 on a 5.15 with a 16 reaction time. Corey, 5.13 with a 7 on a 5.14. 41 on the hit. Margin of victory, 0.012. Next up, Terrell Sinkler here, tower side, 5.14 up against Tommy Ketterman over there in the Outen Brothers lane. Dialed up a 4.73. Advantage. Terrell going to pick up the win. 1 above with a 1.30 on this end. Tommy 75 with a 7 on a 73. And first call out, going out to second round. Beach Custom Services. No box. Lanes. Lanes 1 and 2. And Brandon and Michaels, I need you to lane 5. Brandon Michaels to lane 5. Double entries to the front, please. Double entries to the front. Next up, Glenn Reese here at Tower Side, dialed up a 483. Vanetta Ennis over there in the Outten Brothers lane, dialed up 469. Oh, something must have happened to Vanetta. She kept on going. So now we got Vanetta off. Glenn's going to make his solo pass. Glenn, 005 on the wrong side. Runs down there a 480 with a 5 on an 83 at 144 mile an hour. And once again, second round of no box cars, lanes 1 and 2. No box cars, second round, lanes 1 and 2.
Well, everybody stay hydrated today. It is hot. So drink all the water, liquids you can. There's a cooler up there in front of the lane there on the right by the fence. Got some ice cold water in it. I've certainly drank my share already today. Third day here, the Hillbilly Bracket Bash. Been a hot 3 days. Appreciate everybody for coming out. You travelers, if you're leaving, going back, be safe. Happy travels. Appreciate you coming down. But love to see y'all back here in 2 weeks. I got a little deal going, trying to get things wrapped up with it. In 2 weeks on Friday night, we're going to do a shootout, 64 car shootout for top. I think mod that night's 32, right? But $5,000 Friday night, 64 car shootout. Mark will be posting the how he's going to do the entries and stuff. So be paying attention to the website, and he'll be doing that for us. But 64 car shootout, it's going to be a $200 entry. To make it additional for you, we put up an additional $200 low ET for the door car. Fast dragster, $200. We're putting a $200 bounty on those 2 low qualifiers. So possibility of 4 racers that night running for that $5,000 free. I think he's also doing time runs. Then Saturday morning. Not sure exactly what time the gates will get going here, but we're going to try to get started pretty early. It'd be 2 time runs for the Bad 8 qualifying, so top will get 2 time runs that day.
Mark, he's talking about banana.
So it'd be 2 time runs, low qualifiers for the Bad 8s right now. It's $400 for the door car, $400 for the dragster. So if you're fast and you can be a low qualifier, that's going to pay for your weekend right there. So hope to have a lot of speculation. Mr. Dave Foxwell was here yesterday, made a couple passes. His second pass, he went 4:14. So that was, he said, weren't the best tune up, but he got down through the track, went 4:14. I think last year in qualifying he went 4:10. So we'll see. A lot of guys were asking me, Jerry, just what do you think the bump's going to be? And my answer to him is, well, not to be smart with you, but if you got to ask, you might not be bad enough. So it's going to be pretty quick. If you're in that dragster Bad 8, I don't know, 430s, low 440s, but the door car, never can judge that door car. I got a lot of guys say they're coming. Doug Parace, Donnie Tigg, Buddy McGowan, Wayne Patton said he'll have his Camaro here, and could be interesting. But right now, like I said, that's paying $400 low qualifier and $1,000 to win the Bad 8. And then those 2 winners will run each other in the Bad to the Boom for the trophy. We got a lot of giveaways that day for the qualifiers and all, so looking forward to that. Maybe be talking about that a little later. But the proud thing I am, and I'm speaking for my family, $4,000 right now for the last door car standing in honor of my brother. That's on top of the $5,000 that we're guaranteeing that day. So $9,000 right now for a door car for an $85 entry. And we haven't even got to the Bad 8 if they're in the Bad 8. So really proud of that. Can't thank the people who stepped up to help me make that happen. I think I'm up to about 75 sponsors now who make that all work for us. And you dragster guys, haven't forgot you. Last year we put up $1,500 to start at Calcutta. Well, this year we're starting it off at $2,000 for the dragsters. You're going to need to do a $30 Calcutta to get into that. If you're double entered, you're going to have to do the double Calcutta. But I want to see 100% participation for 100% buyback. So, you know, that could possibly be another $3,500 there for you dragster guys, on top of that $5,000 to win that day. And that's not even counting if you're in the bad 8. So got a lot of things we're going to be giving away. I got the big checks. Like I said, I got the bad 8 stickers for you bad 8 guys. We got the grab bags that everybody would like to have under their Christmas tree. I got a grab bag that's going to be running over, and you 16 qualifiers will get that. Went around town and had a lot of people throw in the grab bag, and it's going to be an early Christmas in August for you guys. So hope everybody can come out. And then Sunday, 60th anniversary. What can we say? Mark and Denise has got a lot planned. Hope Mother Nature cooperates all 3 days, but he's got a lot planned, and really looking forward to that. He's got that stick group. I'm an old guy, so I love old stick cars. You can count on your fingers today how many stick cars are out here, but he's bringing a group in. But looking forward to that, and he's got a lot of things going on. The Super Chevy Show, and I already warned him. I think he'll be slammed with that car show because a lot of people like being part of something special. And 60th year, I mean, 60 years is pretty important. This is my 14th year of doing the Bad 8. Can't thank Spanky Wilson and Chris Reynolds. Them guys got that. They urged me on to do that. So 14th year of doing that. My 50th year of working here. Been here 50 years. I'd love to know how many miles I've walked in that staging lanes and still haven't gotten anywhere. But boy, have I had the opportunity to meet some great people and had a lot of good times. So, with that, I think I've run my mouth for enough right this second. I think we're getting ready to go with second round here of the mod. So stay tuned. And like I said, appreciate everybody coming out. Hope everybody can come out in 2 weeks. Support me, support the track, and support all those sponsors. We'll be putting something out on those sponsors. It's like I said, 70 some of them. And I'm not very good doing that because every one of those sponsors I got a story about, and it takes me 2 days to go down the list. But we'll be posting them out, and they know how much I appreciate them doing that. So everybody stay cool, drink all you can and stuff, and I'll talk to you a little later. Thank you.
All right, so I go ahead and get drivers up, lanes 1 and 2. Go ahead and get them loaded up, suited up. And here we go. Second round. Beach Custom Services, no box. Coming at you. First up, Jay Parrott here, tower side, dialed in 803. James Paler over there in the Alton Brothers lane, got a 706 on the window. James going in deep, waiting on Jay. Jay's in. Jay is off. Jay is in trouble. Trip zip for James. What's he going to do with it? He's going to turn it into a win. 6-pack. Dead on with a 6. Jay runs out. 797 with a 3. 37 on this end. Great job there, James. Next up, Jeff Davenport here, tower side, out of Seaford, Delaware, in that Tire Kings Racing Maverick. Ron Reese over there in the Nova, out of Cape May, New Jersey, dialed up a 623. Second round of juniors. Second round of juniors. I need you back to the range. 2,000 separatum at the hit. Give to Wayne to Jeff. Jeff 2 above with a 4. 46 on the hit. Ron 3 above. 44 on the hit. Next up, Faith Hudson here, tower side, 764 on the window. Brandon Michaels over there in the 78 Camaro. Doubt that ain't no 78 Camaro. In the Camaro. Dialed up a 711. Brandon in control on this end. Brandon going to turn it into a win. 715 with a 1 on a 711. 39 on the hit. Faith. 95 on this end. Runs a 66 with a 2 on a 64. Next up, Robin Lors, tower side, 724. Dave Keaton, Alton Brothers lane, dialed up a 591. Double breakout win going to Dave Keaton. 90 with an 8 on the 91. 12 on the hit. Lures 20 with a 5 on a 24. 23 at the hit. Next up, Paul Riddle, tower side, 628. Herbie Sullivan over there in the Alton Brothers lane, dialed up a 716. And we got one down on the top end. Going to hold things up here a bit. Go down there and see what Keaton's done. And we got the top end cleared out down there. Here we go with the next pair. Herbie Sullivan dialed up a 716. Paul Riddle here, tower side, with a 628 on the window. Herbie going to pick up the win. Paul through 17 red. Herbie runs it out the back door. 7-13 with a 0 on a 16. 19 on this end. Next up, Gary Owens in that beautiful 69 Mustang. Dialed up a 663. Going up against Josh Phelps over there in the Outten Brothers lane. Dialed up a 589. Phelps going to pick up the win. Garrett 15 on the wrong side. Phelps runs it out the back door. 87 on with a 7 on an 89. 25 at this end. Josh moving on to round number 3. Next up, Charles Sanders here, tower side in the 88 Mustang, dialed up a 772, going up against Matt Patterson out of Cooksville, PA, dialed up a 644. Sanders going to pick up the win. Patterson turns it 24 red. Charles Sanders runs it out the back door. 71 with an 8 on a 72. 50 on the hit. Next up, Superman. Russ Archer here, tower side, dialed up a 676. Up against Michael Jefferson over there in the Nova, dialed up a 640. Last call, Junior Dragsters, round 2, lanes 3, 4, and 5. Russ in control. Russ going to pick up the win. Dead on with a 1. Give him a 23 pack. Jefferson, 1 above with a 5. 42 on the hit. Next up, Kelly Fleming here in the S10 Chevy. 7088 on the window. Nicholas Bowie over there in the Outten Brothers lane and in the S10. Dialed up a 645. Separate them on the hit. What are they going to do with it on the other end? Double breakout win going to Nicholas Bowie. 42 with a 9 on a 45. 19 on the hit. Kelly, 82 with a 4 on an 88. 16 on the hit. Nicholas Bowie moving on to round number 3. Next up, David Hornsby over there in the Outten Brothers lane, dialed up a 629. Danny Huff here, tower side, 1185. On the Equinox. Danny's going to be way out there. Here comes David. David in control on this end. What's he going to do with it on the other end? He's going to pick up the win. Hornsby, 31 with a 5 on a 29. 32 on the hit. Huff, couldn't run the number. 11.99 with a 5 on 11.85. 97 at the hit. Next up, James Pauler here, Tower Side, 7.05 in the Camaro. Brandon Layfield over there in the S10, dialed up a 5.99. James in control. James going to pick up the win. 09 with a 6 on an 05. 18 at the hit. Brandon, 1 above with a 2. But I can't bring myself to tell you what his light was. Wasn't good. That's all I can say. Was not good. Was not like Brandon. Brandon's usually pretty hot on the tree. Must have blinked. Crystal Hudson here, Tower Side. Dialed up a 610. Herbie Sullivan over there in the Outten Brothers lane. Dialed up a 714. Crystal, trip zip. What's she gonna do with it on the other end? She's gonna turn it into a win. 1 above with a 0. Herbie, 16 with a 7 on a 14. 14 on the hit. Crystal, moving on to round number 3. Next up, Brandon Michaels on the solo. 7-11 on the dial. Brandon, 007 on the hit. Runs down there, 7-10 with a 6 on a 7-11, 93 mile an hour. First up, coming out with the buy run, Andrew Schaefer, dialed up 1196. Schaefer turns it a little red. And runs it out the back door. 1194 with a 1 on a 96. Next up, Blake Truitt here, Tower Side, dialed up 1192. Going up against Haley Truitt over there in the Outten Brothers lane, dialed 1190. 8 thou, separate them at the hit. Haley in control. Haley breaks out. 88 with a 7 on a 90. Give the win to Blake. 94 with a 0 on a 92. Blake moving on, round number 3. Brandon Jenkins here, Tower Side out of Mechanicsville, Maryland, dialed up a 795 up against Lucas Gordy out of Harbison, Delaware. Over there in the Outen Brothers lane, dialed up a 790. Lucas going to pick up the win. Brandon, 19 on the wrong side. Lucas going to run down there. 793 with a 4 on a 90. Lucas moving on to round number 3. Ella Ketterman here, Tower Side, dialed up in 817, going up against Bentley Hazard over there in the far lane. It's 901 on the board. Ella picks up the win, dead on with a 7. Bentley couldn't get there. 03 with a 2 on an 01. Ella moving on, round number 3. And tension in the pits. I need my fishbowl box door cars to lanes 3 and 4. Doubles to the front, please. Box door cars to lanes 3 and 4. Philip Truitt, you come up in lane 5. You are my buy, if there is one. Philip Truitt, you got the buy. Come up in lane 5, please. Double entries to the front. Fishbowl box door cars to lanes 3 and 4, please. Next up, Madison Gordy over there in the Outen Brothers lane. 794 on the dial-in board. Braxton Hazard here, Tower Side. Dialed up a 791. And they're in. And we're green. Madison with the light advantage. Madison couldn't get there. Give the win to Braxton. Braxton dead on with a 4. Give him a 25 pack. Madison 96 with a 3 on a 94. 11 on this end. Margin of victory 0099. Next up, Braden Hazard here, Tower Side, 791 up against Jonathan Henry over there in the Outten Brothers lane. Dialed up a 793. Jonathan turns it 10 red, gives the win to Braden. Braden runs it out the back door, 790 with a 4 on a 791. 27 at this end. Braden moving on, round number 3. Noah James up here with the solo run. 8 flat on the dial-in board. Noah runs down there a 799 with a 2 on an 8. 23 on the wrong side. But Noah is going to move on to the round number 3. And here we go. Round 2, box. Door cars coming to the line. Jordan McCain here at Towerside, dialed up a 682. Eddie McBride over there in the Out and Brothers Lane with a 610 on the window. Eddie going to pick up the win. Jordan, 002 on the wrong side. Eddie, dead on with a 3. 52 on the hit. Jordan, 79 with a 5 on an 82. Next up, David Keaton here, Towerside, dialed up a 591. David Wetzel over there, junior, dialed a 593. David in control on the hit. Keaton going to pick up the win. Dead on with a 635 at the hit. David, 95 with a 0 on a 93. 25 at the hit. Margin of victory, 0047. Next up, my man Wayne Patton over here in the Towerside, dialed a 554. Austin Powell over there in the Firebird, 509 on the window. Austin, oh, somebody go give him a hug. Oh, he's going to be upset. 001 on the hit, out by 1 thou. Give the win to Patton. 1 above with a 3, 14 on the hit. Patton moving on, round number 3. Johnny Myers here, Towerside, 552 on the dial in. Up against Buddy Layfield over there in the S10, dialed a 765. Three thou separate them here on this end. Who's he going to be on the other? Johnny Myers. 55 with a 0 on a 52. 20 at the hit. Layfield. 68 with a 3 on a 65. 17 at the hit. Margin of victory, 0005. Alan Clayfield here at Towerside, dialed up a 718. Michael DeLorenzo over there in the Out and Brothers Lane, dialed up a 584. DeLorenzo going to pick up the win. Dead on with a 2. 29 at the hit. Allen runs out. 17 with a 5 on an 18. DeLorenzo moving on to round number 3. Next up, Wayne Serra here at Towerside, dialed a 585. Brooks Moore over there in the Out and Brothers Lane, 623 on the dial-in board. What's he going to do with it? Oh. Buster give it back. Brooks going to pick up the win. One above with a 5 on a 23. 28 on the hit. Wayne 90 with a 7 on an 85. 005 on this end. But couldn't get it done. Brooks Moore moving on. Round number 3. Justin Kreider here, Tower Side, out of Fairfield, PA, dialed up a 607. Darren Roten over there out of East Newmarket in that beautiful 68 Chevelle, dialed up a 595. Darren in control. Darren going to pick up the win. 97 with a 0 on a 95. 10 on the hit. Justin, 3 above with a 9. 30 on this end. Darren moving on. Next up, John Richmond, Tower Side, 526 up against Cody Mariner over there in the 78 Malibu. Dialed up a 551. Separate him at the hit. Mariner moving on. 1 above with a 2. 26 on the hit. John 2 above with a 3. 24 on the hit. Margin of victory 0097. Next up, Mike Hooper, 537 Tower Side up against Billy Groton, 746. Billy in control of this one. What's he going to do with it? Billy going to pick up the win. 747 with a 3 on a 46. 006 on the hit. Hooper dead on with a 5. Couldn't get it done on this end. Billy Groton moving on. Josh Nichols here, Tower Side. Hank Alston. Double breakout win going to Hank. 93 with a 7 on a 94. Josh, 77 with a 4 on a 78. Margin of victory, 0035. I need Ben Parks, lane 5. Benny Parks, lane 5. Dragsters to lanes 1 and 2. Second round, Dragsters 1 and 2. Doubles to the front. Benny Parks, I need you up in lane 5. Next up, Russ Archer here, Tower Side, 674 up against Brandon Layfield over there in the S10 with the John Force burnout. Dialed up a 597. Russ is in. Waiting on Brandon. Brandon's in. Russ. Gives the win to Brandon. Russ, 35 on the wrong side. Brandon runs it out the back door. 594 with a 2 on a 97. 17 at the hit. Brandon moving on, round number 3. Once again, round 2 dragsters, lanes 1 and 2, doubles to the front. Round 2 dragsters, lanes 1 and 2, doubles to the front, please. Benny Parks, I need you up in lane 5. You are the bye if there is one. Benny Parks, lane 5. You will be the bye. And here we go with our last pair of door cars, our double entries. Johnny Myers over there in the Alton Brothers lane, dialed up a 555. Puts Philip Truitt here at Tower Side, 679. Johnny's in, waiting on Philip. Philip goes in. We're green. Philip in control. Philip going to pick up the win. 680 with a 6 on a 679. 12 on the hit. Next up, Glenn Reese, Tower Side, in the long and skinny, dialed a 480. Heads up race here. Roland Powell Sr. over there in the Alton Brothers lane, dialed a 480 also. Roland, 007 on the hit. Roland going to pick up the win. 483 with a 3 on a 480. Glenn, 2 above with a 6. 31 on the hit. Johnny Ennis here at Tower Side, dialed up a 472. Up against Larry Godwin over there. McGodwin, dialed a 480. Johnny got to run it out. 71 with a 5 on a 72 with a 10 light. Larry was 2 above. No, dead on with a 2. Sorry, dead on with a 2, but turned it 001 red. Giving the win to Johnny Ennis. Next up, Mike Huff, Tower Side. 464 on Mike. Nick McGodwin over there in the far lane. Dialed a 492. Separate him here at the hit. Give the win. Mike Huff. 68 with a 3 on a 64. 15 at the hit. Nick. 78 with a 1 on a 92. 009 on the hit. Jerry Birchfield. Tower Side. 447. Robbie Hamilton, 479 on the Auto Fab Dragster. And now we got top end cleared out. Going to put Jerry Birchfield into the beams, Robbie Hamilton into the beams. Birchfield in, Hamilton's in. Jerry in control. Jerry going to pick up the win. 48 with a 3 on a 47. 13 at the hit. Robbie runs it out. 77 with a 9 on a 79. Frank LeCate's here, tower side, 459 on the window. Up against Brett Jones over there in the Outten Brothers lane with a 514. Trips it on the hit. What's he going to do with it? Double breakout win going to Frank LeCate's. LeCate's 58 with an 8 on a 59. Brett 12 with a 7 on a 14. Brett, trip zip, Frank 23. Next up, W.R. Ketterman, tower side, 457. Dennis Long, over there in the Outten Brothers lane, dialed a 485. Dennis gonna pick up the win. 80 dead on with a 4. 14 on the hit. Dubs dead on with a 3, but a little bit behind at the start. Next up, Mike Jones here, tower side, 463 up against Christian Walston over there. In the long and skinny, dialed up a 491. At this end, Mike going to pick up the win. 3 above with a 1, 17 on the hit. Christian 93 with a 7 on a 91, 36 at the hit. Mike moving on. Next up, Matthew Coble here, tower side, 513 on the dial-in board up against Alex Bradford over there in the Outten Brothers lane. Dialed up a 479. Alex going to pick up the win. Double breakout. Alex 78 with a 6 on a 79. 26 at the hit. Matthew 10 on a 13. 31 on this end. Alex moving on around number next. Next up, Terrell Sinkler. Dialed a 514 up against Benny Parks. Dial to 525. Separate him at this end. Give the win to Sinkler. Dead on with a 3. Give him a 31 pack. Parks. One above with a 7. 27 on the hit. Terrell moving on.
Morning, and I give her my sincere apologies. She said, I'll send you something. Bill would want that, so mean a lot, awful lot that way. AWS Racing, Mr. Wayne Sia. Wayne's got that red Camaro. Bad Habit Racing Transmissions, longtime friend, like a brother to me, Jay Bradford. Bennett Construction Company, they put up with me 4 to 5 days a week, my part-time job. Bergie Truck Center, Mr. Gary Stickles. Gary always gives me stuff for my grab bag. Appreciate that. Like I said, we're going to fill that up and put it on your Christmas tree. Blue Flame Gas Service, Mr. Jerry. I don't think he's here, but he said he thought he'd be here in race week. Mr. Billy Ohm, longtime employee, longtime friend, works in Napa. Got me a couple nice buckets of cleaning products, and they'll go to the last door car standing and the last dragster standing. Got those from Napa, and they also give me a money donation. Appreciate Billy. Like I said, longtime friend, and his brother Chuck. Brooks Moore in Jordan. Brooks stepped up last year and got his own deal going. Puts utilities and underground stuff, I think, in through subdivisions. So I appreciate that, Brooks, very much. Budget Buster Racing, Mr. Dave Atkins. Dave, a long time friend of ours. Raced back here probably in the 80s and 90s. Budget Buster had the old red Falcon. In fact, he's redoing the car. Hopes to get it back and put it out on the street. So I want to thank Dave very much. Dave had some health issues over the winter, but talked to him a few weeks ago. He said he's feeling a lot better and hope to get up that weekend. Bunning and Bertrand, Mr. Dale Collins. Dale, he's a grudge, a big tire guy and all that stuff, but Jerry, I'll help you. I appreciate that. He's over there to Frankfort, Delaware. Need anything for your chicken or poultry business? Go see them guys over there. I want to thank him very much. Good longtime friend of mine, Eddie Carey. Carey's classic car restorations down in Eden. Eddie does a mess of restoration work. Does some great, outstanding paint job, body job, paint job stuff. And stepped up to help me again. Excuse me. Christian, all the parts. Mr. Donnie Tigg. Donnie helped me every year. He can tell me every year what shirt I give him. Don't even have a year on it, so I don't know how he does that, but promised me he would be here with his Chevy too, and we'll see if he can get that low ET money. We have a little competition this year. Simba Classics Incorporated, Mr. Frank Simba over there to Chestertown, longtime friend of mine, does a lot of work with the Corvettes. He's a Corvette guy and does a lot of work over there, especially with the Annapolis Car Club. Coastline Rod Race, Mr. Kevin Merritt. Talked to Kevin the other night. Don't know if he's going to have the orange machine up here or not. He's thrashing, new chassis, some new stuff. Hopes to be, but he said, I'll send you a check. So hopefully he'll show up. Last year, if y'all remember that Friday night, he didn't get in the shootout, but he just wanted to make a hit and see how things were. He went a 410, I think 184. So he kind of shook the troops up a little bit. But hopefully he can make it. Crouch Automotive. Dale, I talked to him the other night. Said, I'll be here, buddy. He said, I'm going to spray her a little bit. Step up. I don't want to miss that bad 8. So him and his wife, Joanna, will be here. Joanna, I tell you, she's on the world tour with her trap shooting, I believe it is. Mr. David Lowe. David called me the other night. He said, you didn't forget me, did you? I said, no, I just can't never catch up with you. He said, well, put me in. So, just got to stop by and see Dave this week. Austin got his old Firebird up here, got that thing running strong, but he might be near the bump for that door car, but we'll see. DELMARVA All the Glass and Accessories, Mr. John the Greek. What can we say about John? Longtime racer and friend of ours. My Lord, he's been around forever. He's down there. Anything you need for your pickup car, stop in and see John. They install everything and all that they sell. Mr. Donnie Yeatman. Appreciate Donnie. He helps me quite a few years now. I don't think Donnie's here today. I know he was here the other day, but appreciate him. Mr. Doug Milner, good friend of mine, steps up, always helps me with the door car deal. Appreciate that very much, Doug. Shannon and Robin Chester. Never met these folks before. I went to their house one day to deliver a dumpster. He said, you look familiar. So I got talking to him, and he knew my brother. Next thing I know, goes in his wallet and said, here, throw that in there. He's one of my first sponsors for the year. So can't thank those people enough. It's funny how things work in the world, I tell you. State Farm, Miss Karen Davis down here. I just went to State Farm and talking to her about racing. I told her I need some bags. I saw one of her bags sitting there by her desk. She said, I'll fix you right up. So she's done that. Give me some other stuff for my grab bags. Mr. Tom Pestle, I think is how I pronounce his name. Met Tom last year. He was here. Talked to him about doing some stuff with me. Well, this year he stepped up. He's giving me some racing logs and stuff for you folks. That'll go in my grab bag. Pacino Enterprises. Mike and his dad race here. And Mike said, love to help you guys. We'll do something for that door car and appreciate it very, very much. Really helped out. That was a nice deal yesterday. Finish Line Thread and Graphics, John and Vanetta. Just talked to her again this morning about that check. And we didn't get to give that away last year, but she said, I'm going to modify it for the WDRA. And she said, don't worry about that. I appreciate that. Billy Groton Performance. Billy always gives me the fuel cells. We'll be giving those out to the Bad 8 racers. I think a couple rounds there, I got enough of them. Mr. Lee Schofield. Lee said, here, man, I love the Bad 8. Give me some money. I said, you're on my list, dude. Kingston Construction, Mr. Scott Conway right down the road there. Scott, door car guy. I said, man, I'm in the door car with your brother. I said, good enough, man. Appreciate it very much. He'll be here for Super Chevy, no doubt. Hazard Auto Parts, what can we say about those folks? They're going to supply me this year with my cleaning kits for my first round losers in the Bad 8. MB Paving, what can you say about Bobby and his dad? Strong supporters, strong runners. Promised me that Chevy 2 would be here. I heard they're doing a lot of test pulls on the thing, so beautiful car. I haven't seen it, saw a picture of it. Promised me he'd be here, so we'll see how that works out. Hope they are very much. Hoosier Tire, Mid-Atlantic, Mr. Roy Freeman. Roy helps me every year. If the Bad to the Bone winners on the Hoosier Tires, buy one, get one free. If that's not that, we'll do the runner-up. If he don't have it, we'll find somebody to give it to. No doubt. Roy, appreciate what he does. He helps me every year. Hurley Farms, Mr. Steve Hurley. Good friends of mine live over there on the Athol Road in Mardella. He's a 55 Chevy guy, but he always helps me with my brother's deal and stuff. Appreciate that. In Town Performance. What can we say about Mr. Thurman? His two sons race here quite a bit. Helps me every year. Put that money to that door car. Mr. Jeff Wilgus Cars over there on the state line in Selbyville. Jeff always helps me. Appreciate that. Right there on the state line. If you need a rare car, he'll even help find something for you. Long Engine Works. Dennis is here this weekend. Got a pretty quick dragster. Helps me quite a few years here now. A longtime friend of mine too. Appreciate it very much, Dennis. Mike Dent. Mike Dent complete automotive care there in Ocean City as you're coming down the westbound lane. If you have any car trouble, stop in there and Mike and his staff can get you back on the road. Mike's in that grudge and that small tire deal. He said, I can make your bad 8, but I can't show my time. So I said, okay, that's your loss. All right, Miller Excavating. What can I say about Ron? He's been helping me a number of years. Got a fast street car. I think it's got a Pro Charger on it. Drives it on the street. Helps me a number of years here. He'll be up here for Super Chevy and stepped up and helped me. Misfit Racing, Mr. Mike Larkin. If you need a Jeep or something, stop in there to Berlin. Let Mike fix you up with something down there. And Mike's supposed to have his dragster back out. Don't know if it'd be fast enough for the bad 8, but at least he'll be back out riding into something long. Wizard Customs, Mr. Benny Parkinson stepped up. He's helping everybody this year. Located right here behind the tower. You need any AMSOIL products, or he's even stepped up this year. The winner of the Junior Dragster, that Saturday race, gets a free electric scooter. And I told him, I said, man, perfect deal. In the winner's circle, you just ride the scooter out there and give it away. So appreciate that very much, Benny. Benny raced with us a long time ago. Drove Britt Bounds' car. Some of you all might remember that. So appreciate that. Threesome All is Savage. Mr. John Jellick, he was standing there close by me one day. I said, man, I got a deal for you. Stepped up. Appreciate very much what he said. He said, I think I can make that bad 8. I can put a bottle on this thing. I can go some low numbers. So hope him and his son will be here that weekend. And wish him luck with that bad 8 deal. Mr. Gary Clark. Gary located over there near Frankfurt. Sells a lot of nice used collector cars. Does some transmission repair work also. So he's right there on the westbound lane of 113. So need something, stop in there. Maybe he can find an old car for you if you need it. Mr. Alton Brothers Home Furnishings. What can we say about Roland? My Lord, what he has done for this track in the last 8-10 years. And I feel guilty asking him, but I don't even have to ask him anymore. He just does it. But he helps me with my race very much. And I think his motorcycle bike race is coming up in October, I believe. So I hope the bike guys can come out and support that. He really dedicated to that. He doesn't race anymore, but really dedicated. Porta-Tree Timing System. Allison Dahl and her husband, Doug, known Doug, my Lord, since he was a little kid. But they've donated a Gen 3 practice tree for me. And what we're going to do, we're going to put all the juniors' tech cards in a box and draw one lucky winner. We'll get that Gen 3 practice tree. And I'm working on something else, and I'll get back to you on that. But I think they're going to do something else for me. So I appreciate that very much. Every time I call her and I have a long conversation. Imagine that. Prestige Plumbing and HVA Service, Mr. Austin Powell. Austin now on his own the last few years. Last year he bought David Lowe's Firebird, put a different motor in, different combination, going some 5.0s this weekend. And I told him, I said, man, you're near the bump. So he said, I might be able to rectify that. So we'll see what happens. Wish him the best of luck. Car looks nice and stuff, and appreciate him helping me. Racetrack Auto, those guys down there, George and Troy is who I deal with. Busy place. Stopped in there the other day. Man, didn't he hardly have time to talk to me, but he sure gave me a check. That's all I cared about. So they're on racetrack 598, I believe it is, between 50 and the Ocean Pines deal. Racer XX66. I'll let you all think about that. Got a Malibu and got a bronze-looking Camaro. Steps up every year and helps me. Appreciate that very much. Yeah, it means a lot when those guys do that stuff. Ronnie Holloway. Ronnie's got some deals for me coming up. And right now, I think that'll probably help me with my Bad 8 runner-up. Bad 8 runner-up that day gets $300, and Ronnie's giving me some stuff to give those two winners, or two losers. I hate to say it like that. Read signs. Miss Susan Usselton, she helps me. She does my signs for my last door car standing, and she's going to talk to her this morning about the last dragster standing. So those two guys, or racers, will be getting a big check also. And Rob Coffin, his wife Delina, helps me every year. He does my Bad to the Bone trophy. Puts a lot of time in that. I call it abstract race art. That's what I call it. I know one thing, it's heavy, but the two Bad 8 guys will run for that. And always a conversation piece. Like I said, Salisbury Automotive, Mr. Billy Ohm, had them donate a couple nice cleaning kits for me. Shattered Glass, Fix My Crack, over there to Cambridge. What can I say? Them guys helped me now a number of years. He used to have a fast diesel pickup, but I think he's kind of parked it. Mod, we need... Shore Waste, those folks, cohorts of mine, helped me in the last number of years. Appreciate that. Fishbowl, what can we say about Mr. DeLorenzo, him and his wife? They support me every year quite a bit. The Metal Shop over here, Ricky and the staff help me every year. Appreciate it. I always come up with something interesting to give the Bad 8 guys. Troy Contracting and Home Improvements. Donald Troy and his son Dwayne promised me to have a bad GTO here in the door car, and they got two fast dragsters also. Promised me they would be here. T&S Marine, what can I say about Steve? Helps me every year. You know, I can't say enough, those guys. I appreciate them very much. Yep. Uniform is Unlimited. Jim and his wife, they do my uniforms, my shirts for me. This year it's Racer Money Green, the color of money. Does my shirts. Purdue Transportation. I even got involved with Purdue Transportation. They give me my pot holders and fly swatters. They give me a whole bag of stuff for you guys for the grab bags. So I don't try to leave no stone unturned. Why not travel? Miss Carolyn Parsons sitting here grinning at me. Anytime you want to take a trip, don't matter, in-state, out-state, out of country, out of the world, come see Carolyn. She'll fix you right up. Miss Spanky Wilson Race Engines. Talked to him the other night. Throwed some money in there to help me with my last dragster standing. Promised me he'd be here with his boys. We'll see. Williams Towing, Mr. Hank Usselton, long time friend of mine. Stepped up, helped me also. WWC Third Trucking, Mr. Wes Clifton over there at Gumboro. Helps me every year. He's a dirt track guy, but somehow he kind of throws stuff my way, so I go with it. Green Light Photography, by Mr. Bobby Evans, promised me a winner's picture, 8x10 winner's picture for the winner that day of our Bad 8s. Mr. Bob Tall, Tony Tall, Plumbing. Like I said, he stood still, and I got a call out with him. He's helping me this year also. Did a lot of things for me. We're doing the first 5 rounds of the eliminator that day, best winning package gets $100. So thank those people. Mr. Ken Abbott, utility trailer sales, stepped up this year. I called up with him. Yeah, man, why not help you? And Mr. Mike Atkins, Wired Right Solutions, stepped up. Mike's been around a long time, friend of the Cathels. I think he's related somehow. So he helped up. I have to double check my list here. I hope I haven't missed anybody. I'll be updating that. We're going to try to post this online to give you guys some exposure. Every racer that day in top will be getting a flyer with all these people on it. If you see those folks that day in the lane, just say hi, thank them for helping put this thing together. And I think we're going to have a good show. Everybody drink, be good, and be safe, and good luck to you folks. I appreciate your time. Well, I just had a man come up to the tower, and I told him, I said, you just will join my list. Schaefer Oil. Schaefer Oil now is on the track, boys, so if you don't want to get involved with it, stay away. All right, we need mod 1 and 2, mod 1 and 2, and need our juniors. Juniors 6 to 9, lane 3, 10 to 12, lane 4, and 14 to 17, lane 5, please. All right, final call for mod. Didn't mean to hold you guys up, but Mark, give me some time to run my mouth. So we need mod now, the 1 and 2, and we need those juniors, please. Like I said, appreciate it. We're trying to move along here now. We'll get going. It's awful hot for everybody, but I appreciate Mark giving me some time to throw those list of names out there for those folks, and means a lot to me, and I hope it means a lot to you folks. Like I said, without the sponsors, there wouldn't be a bonus race for the racers. Without the racers, there wouldn't be a bonus race for us fans. 3 of mod. Here we go. Round 3 of mod. Far lane, Mr. Dave Keaton in the Alton Brothers lane, dial 591. Tower lane, Mr. Jeff Davenport, Tire King man here in the Tower lane, dial 682. Jeff turns it red. 081. Keaton was 022. Good. Keaton goes 5903 on the 591 with a 22 light. So he'll move to round 4. Next pair, Mr. Brandon Michaels, that far lane there, the red Camaro. We sure have seen that enough this weekend. Dialed 711. Charles Sanders here in the Tower lane, dialed 772 in the Mustang. Both green, a little advantage to Brandon. And Brandon makes it work, goes 713-0 on a 711 dial with a 021 light. Mr. Sanders run out with a 7719 on a 72 with a 43 light. Next pair, Jeff Paler, far lane dial 707. Tower lane, Mr. Russ Archer in the wagon dial 676. Need those juniors to back to your lane, please. Both are green, slight advantage Archer. And Archer completes the deal. Goes 6761 on a 676 with a 26 light. Paler runs out, goes a 7043 on a 707 with a 56 light. Behind at the start and made him run out. Nicholas Bowie, far lane in the S10 pickup, dialed 642. Mr. Crystal Hudson here in the Tower lane, dialed 610. Nicholas turns it red, 012 red. Hudson's a 40 light start and made it go 6099 on a 610 with a 40 light. But she wins with the red light in the other lane, so she'll move into the 4th round of mod on this last day of the Hillbilly Bracket Bash. Mr. Josh Phelps over there in a nice looking Camaro, dialed 589. Dave Hornsby here in the Tower lane, dialed 629 in the Nova. Slight advantage Phelps in and he put it together, goes 5904 on a 589 with a 15 light. Hornsby goes 6.303 on a 629 dial with a 47. He was behind some at the start and it cost him on the other end. So Phelps will move into the next round.
The computer tells you right here what the hell it is. Marking.
Weldon, pumps, regulators, filters, fueling champions.
All right, next pair up. Herbie Sullivan, the far lane, dialed 717. Brandon Michaels here in the tower lane, dialed 711. Herbie last week at Maple Grove's Divisional, runner-up in super stock. Way to go, Herbie. Some tough running there, folks. Super stocks racing, woo. Feels good too. Sitting there on that. Top door cars, 3 and 4. Mr. Phil Truitt, lane 5, please. Top door cars, 3 and 4. Mr. Phil Truitt, lane 5. Slight advantage, 009 at the start. Oh, he can't complete it. Both of them run out. Brandon goes 7-1-0-3 on a 7-11. With a 41 light. Herbie had a 009, but goes out farther, goes a 7-15-6 on a 7-17. So that good light didn't help him much. He went too far. Brandon, tough race. Mr. James Paler here in the far lane, dialed 704. Picks perfect light. Perfect light in his body. And goes a 7047 on a 704 dial with a perfect light. What's it, 7th pack? All right, Farley, here we are, junior dragsters. Mr. Andrew Schaefer, Farley, dial 1194. Tower lane, third round here in junior dragster. Mr. Blake Truitt here, dial 1193. Slight start to the far lane. Slight advantage to Blake. And he makes it work. Goes 11.963 on 11.93 with a 35 light. And Mr. Schaefer in the far lane run out. Goes 11.921 on 11.94. He was behind at the start with 0.97. Here we are. Ella Ketterman, the far lane, dial 817 at Alton Brothers Lane against Lucas Gordy here in the tower lane, dial 793. a slight advantage at the start. Can she make it work down the other end? No. She goes 8:21 with a 2 on the 8:17 with a 16 light. And Gordy goes 7:943 on a 7:93 with a 28. So Ella has slight advantage at the start, but couldn't run the number. So Lucas moves to the next round. Next pair up, Braxton Hazard there in the far lane dialed 791. Here in the tower lane dialed 799, Mr. Noel James. Like I say, we're looking for those top door cars. 3 and 4, Mr. Phil Trout, lane 5. James turns it red, gives the win to Braxton Hazard here. And Braxton will move to the next round. Braxton goes 7.927 with on a 791 dial with a 79 late, and James turned it big red and run dead on with a 9, but the red light got him at the start. And Braden Hazard picks up the buy. Picks up the buy. Braden dialed 790. Last junior. Braxton 069 at the start on his bye. And runs 7.919 on a 790 with a 69 late. Picks up the bye, moves to the next round. All right, here we are, third round of our top box cars. Yeah. Up first, Mr. Billy Groton over here, dialed 746. Tower lane, Mr. Dave Keaton in the Camaro, dialed 591. Slight advantage to Groton. And he made it work for him. He goes 7.468 on a 7.46 dial with 11 light. Keaton goes 5.91.5 on the 5.91, but he was behind 0.31 at the start. And Groton made him pay. Groton to move into the next round. Mike DeLorenzo here in the far lane, the Alton Brothers lane, dialed 584. And Mr. Wayne Patton here in the tower lane, dial 554 in his new pickup, a couple weeks now. And Wayne goes 003 red. But DeLaRenzo wouldn't leave him much. He was 009 at the start and goes 5838 on a 584 with a 009. So DeLaRenzo weren't leaving much there for him, and he made it, and Wayne went 003. So DeLaRenzo moved to the next round. Neil Huber in the far lane. Dial 594 is Monte Carlo. Tower lane, Mr. Jerry Birchfield, dialed 539 in the Camaro from Baltimore. Made the trip down here Friday. Appreciate him and his son coming down. Slight advantage, Birchfield. But he can't complete the deal. Huber goes 5941 on a 594 with a 27 late. Birchfield was 5409 on a 539 with a 19 late. Margin of victory slim. How's that? Our next pair up, Brooks Moore in the far lane, dialed 624 in the Camaro. Tower lane, Mr. John Myers, dialed 553 in the Thunderbird. John liked to have that magic he had last week, and he won Saturday and Sunday, but he's trying. Ooh, Brooks 001 red. Gives it to Myers. Myers 033 at the start. Goes down, runs out by 2,000, but he moves into the next round. Goes a 5.528 on a 5.53 with a 33 late. But Brooks 001 red. Eddie McBride, far lane, dialed 610. Cody Mariner here in the tower lane, dialed 551. Slight advantage, McBride. And he made it work for him. He goes 6115 on a 610 dial with a 007. Cody goes 5526 on a 551 dial with a 25 late. Slightly behind at the start, and evidently cost him on the other end. So Mr. McBride will move into the next round from Ridgely Park, Pennsylvania. I have to find out where that's at. Next pair, Darren Roten in the Alton Brothers lane, dial 595. Brandon Layfield here in the tower lane, dial 596 in his S10 pickup. Slight advantage of Roten. And he made it happen. Goes 5960 on a 595 dial with a 018 light. Layfield goes 5973 on a 596 dial with a 25 light. So Darren made him pay for being slightly behind at the start. So Darren moves into the next round. And picking up the bye, Mr. Phil Truitt, dialed 679 on the bye. Mr. Ben Parks, you had the first perfect light today. Come to the tower and get your Schaefer wool hat when you can. Repeat that again, Mr. Ben Parks, you had the first perfect light. So come to the tower and get your Schaefer wool hat when you can, please. Courtesy of Mr. Schaefer and Schaefer Wool. Just talking with the gentleman, tickled to help everybody. Need our dragsters. Dragsters to load up, please. Dragsters 1 and 2, load up, please. All right, so here we go. We're our third round of top dragsters. First pair out, Mr. Alex Bradford, far lane, dial 478. In tower lane, Mr. Mike Huff, dial 464 in his dragster from Pennsylvania. Appreciate Mr. Huff making a tow down here from Pennsylvania. I think he went down to Ocean City to look at some of the boats during the week. Mr. Huff goes red, 005. And Alex was 009 at the start. Alex goes 4.806 on a 478 with a 009 light. And Mr. Huff goes 465.6 on a 458. He was 005 at the start and probably just lifted on the other end. So Alex moves into the next round here today. Here we go, next pair up, Mr. Dennis Long from Chesapeake City over there. Dial 485. And tower lane, Mr. Frank Lacates dialed 458 in his Miller Dragster. Like I said, Mr. Ben Parks, you get a chance. You won a hat and stuff from Schaefer Wool with your perfect light today. Come to the tower. And Dennis makes Frankie pay. Dennis goes 4872 on a 485 dial. 009 at the start. Frankie goes 4594 on a 458 with a 035 start. So Dennis had him at the start by a margin, and it cost Frankie down there. So Dennis will move to the next round at the top. Next pair up, Mr. Jerry Birchfield. Dial 450 over there in the far lane. Mr. Johnny Ennis here in the tower lane, dial 471. Both of these engines are built by Mr. Jerry Birchfield. Call Jerry, you need an engine built. Fix you right up over there in Essex, Maryland. I need that crap. I need that crap down there. Dennis goes 4710 on a 471 with a 12 light. Made Jerry go out. Jerry goes 448.2 on a 450 dial with a 25 light. So Johnny picks up the win and moves into the next round. Next up, Terrell Sinkler, far lane, dial 514. Tower lane, Mr. Mike Jones, dialed 464. Sinkler makes him go. Goes 5149 on a 514 with a 17 light. Mike runs out by 2,000. Goes 4638 on a 464. I think it had 20-something light. So Sinkler put a better package, and he'll move into the next round. And picking up the bye this round, Mr. Roland Powell Sr. Over there in the Alton Brothers lane, dial 481. So he'll pick up the bye and move into the next round at the top. He's done with the start. He goes 482.5 on a 48.1 with 002. All right, we need next round of mod, please. Need you folks to 1 and 2. Mr. Josh Phelps, you'll be the bye for his one. Need you over in lane 5, please. Right now, Brandon Michaels is our only double entry in mod, so hopefully he's up the front there. Brandon putting a mess of runs on the old Camaro this weekend. So we're getting down there in the mod. So long, hot weekend for everybody. Mother Nature has cooperated. We didn't have none of that wet stuff, excuse my language. Because it sure has been a battle with Mother Nature. Woo! We're missing 2 mod, folks. We're missing 2 mod for this round. Try to help us out and get there as soon as you can. We know it's hot and stuff, but try to move the best you can for us. Appreciate it. Need our juniors. Juniors, please. Juniors lanes 4 and 5. Juniors lanes 4 and 5, please. Juniors, take that back. 3 and 4, please. Juniors, 3 and 4, please. Down to the semis. Yeah, repeat that announcement again, Mr. Benny Parks. You had the first perfect light today, so if you can come to the tower, please, and get your Schaefer oil hat when you can, we appreciate it. Mr. Schaefer was just up here talking to us, and I got him on our list now, so he's going to do something for us in 2 weeks, that Bad 8 Top Show. So really looking forward to that. Like I said, still got 2 weeks to get people on the list and collect stuff. So that's moving ahead, and I'll be making a lot of phone calls in the next week and a half probably, and I think Alex is going to start doing some serious posting for me. Supposed to meet with Mark in the next few days and get some kind of flyer together for the website. So try to give everybody a good heads up what we're going to be doing and stuff. And looking forward to that Friday night shootout. That'd be nice, and hopefully it'd be cooling up that day. And that's a fun race. I really enjoyed that last year. Hopefully Mother Nature will cooperate again, and we can get that done. But then that'll be the kickoff to the long weekend that we're going to be having. Like I said, Mark and Denise have got a lot on the platter for Sunday, the 60th anniversary. So looking forward to that. My first time to the track was 1966. My neighbor brought me up here. I told Charlie Cathell I couldn't sleep the night before, and when I went home, I couldn't sleep that night either. Man, they had the funny cars, Dino Don and Malcolm Durham, and oh my Lord, I was in heaven. So, and still excited about it. So what can I say? All right, here we go. What's fourth round, right?
Quarterfinals.
This is fourth round. Here we go. Brandon Michaels over there in the Alton Brothers Lane dialed 709 in the red Camaro. And Tower Lane, the LZ Septic Lane. Crystal Hudson dialed 609 in her S10 pickup.
676.
Brandon has put some passes on the Camaro this week. Yep. Yes. Friday night. I believe Crystal won Friday night. Crystal, perfect at the start. And goes 6-11 with a 0 on a 609 with a perfect start. Michaels goes 7-10 with a 6 on a 709 with a 17 light. Crystal nailed it, nailed him at the start. What a package for Crystal. So she moves into the next round of the mod race. Woo! I've learned not to argue with women. And next pair, Dave Keaton, dialed 591 against Russ Archer, dialed 676. Keaton a slight advantage, and he made Archer pay. Keaton goes 5.924 on the 591 with a 12 light, and Keaton run out by 4,000, goes 6.756 on a 6.76 dial with a 047 light. So Keaton will move into the next round. And Mr. Josh Phelps picks up the buy right now in his Camaro, dial 589. Goes 42 green and goes a 588.6 on the 589 with a 41 light, but has the buy and moves to the next final round, next round. Juniors, you should be down in lanes 3 and 4, please. Semis of juniors. I want to thank Motor Mania for being with us this weekend. Hot job for them too. Appreciate them being here and giving some extra exposure and giving you racers and sponsors some extra exposure. They will be back in 2 weeks for that Super Chevy show on Sunday and the shootout on Friday night. They'll be here all 3 days. So hopefully to give the racers and the sponsors some added exposure. Appreciate them being here, and like I said, people all over the country be watching you, so that's a great deal. So I want to thank them folks. As we're winding down here, this 3-day Hillbilly Bracket Bash at US 13. Mark and Denise give us a lot of work. I know all about it because I'm still working on my deal, so, and they're working also on their Chevy deal in 2 weeks. So I don't know how they do it. With me, it's a lot of phone calls and a lot of going to see people. So, but People see people happy and smiling. That's all it's all about for me. All right, in our last pair in the mod, far lane, Mr. James Paler, they were there in this Camaro, dialed 705. Tower lane, Mr. Brandon Michaels, dialed 709. Believe there'll be 4 coming back. Mr. Paler to the far lane, but Mr. Michaels pulls it around, goes 710 with a 5 on a 709 with a 48 light. Mr. Paler goes 7080 on a 705 with a 46 light. Slight advantage at the start, but couldn't tighten it up enough on the other end. Racers should also appreciate that. Here we move into the juniors. Far lane, Mr. Blake Truitt, dial 1195, and the tower lane, Mr. Lucas Gordy, dial 793. You guys are hitting the tree. Good Lord.
Yeah, Jerry, you want to talk about some cars making some passes. These pair of juniors here been down the track quite a bit this weekend also.
Yeah, they've had a pretty successful weekend here at US 13 at the Hillbilly Bracket Bash. Didn't have nothing like that when I was young.
We all would have had one.
And slight advantage to Blake in the far lane. Can he hold off the fast dragster? No, he can't. Blake runs out by 11 hundredths, 11th out. Goes 1193.9 on 1195 with a 45 light. And Lucas goes 7948 on a 793 with a 54 light. So Blake a little too much. Couldn't judge that fast dragster coming almost 28 miles an hour difference. And hard to judge coming on like that. Next pair, Braxton Hazard, far lane, dialed 792. against Bro. Called 791. Braden Hazard in the tower lane. Called 791. Give them something to talk about at the dinner table tomorrow.
Yeah, both of these come out of that Hazard Auto Parts camp.
And Braxton goes 002. Gives the win to Braden. Braden was 049. He's on the green side here. Goes 7924 on a 791 with a 049 light. Braxton goes 7917 on a 792, but he was 002 red. So Braden will move into the next round, which will be the finals, I believe.
Welding, pumps, regulators, filters, fueling champions.
Okay, listen up in the pits. Need fourth round to top, please. Top. You're going together now. Top to lanes 3 and 4, and Mr. Eddie McBride will need you over in lane 5. If there is an odd number, you will be getting the bye. But top, you go together now, and you're in lanes 3 and 4 with Mr. Eddie McBride over in lane 5, please, as we move into another round of top today here at the US 13 Bracket Bash.
How many we got left in top here, Jared?
I believe there's 12 left. 12 left, and it looks like a mixture of dragsters and door cars. So we'll need those racers back to 3 and 4, and like I said, Mr. Eddie McBride will be in lane 5, and he'll run the last one or get a bye. He'll have lane choice, whether however it works. But if you gentlemen can come on and join us in lanes 3 and 4, please. Looks like 5 door dragsters left and 7 door cars. So we'll need those racers, please. So 3 and 4.
Well, Jerry, I hear noise down there in the staging lanes. Looks like we're getting closer to the end of this beautiful weekend here at the Hillbilly Bracket Bash. Looks like you got Billy Groten over there in the left lane, up here against Philip Truitt.
What a pair, what a matchup. What a matchup to start.
Look at this matchup. Me and this cake.
Look at you, Dawn.
First pair up, Mr. Billy Groten in the far lane dialed 746. And over here in the tower lane, Mr. Phil Truitt dialed 681. What a pair to start this round off.
It's going to be a good race here, Jerry. I see, looks like Groten dialed down one.
Dawn, I'm gonna go take Gracie out real quick. Okay.
Car's a
Okay.
747 consistently. Yeah, that's what he's saying, Jerry.
It's close. The green are close. And Billy goes 7.471 on a 746 with an 022 light. Pushed Truitt out by 2 thou. True goes 6.808 on a 681. But he was 0.33, a hair behind at the start. So Groten moves another round here in top on this Sunday afternoon.
Here you go with another pair of long and skinnies. Who you got there, Jerry?
Mr. Roland Powell in the far lane over there, the Alton Brothers lane, dialed 482 in his dragster. And Mr. Johnny Ennis here in the LZ Septic lane, dialed 471. Got that Birchfield motor there, Birchfield power.
There's a few of those on the property, Jerry. A few of those powerhouse plants on there.
We're going to do a Miller challenge, but
Couldn't put it together for your show?
Anyway, if you go 595,
That's right. Johnny bumps it in here. Now he's in.
Put it on him at the start. Mr. Powell, perfect light at the start, goes 483.6 on a 482 with a perfect light. And Johnny goes 4732 on a 471 dial, but he was 20 at the tree. Mr. Powell was off and gone. Wow. So Mr. Powell was up for that one. Pair of door cars here. Mr. Darren Roden in the far lane in this beautiful Chevelle, dial 595. And Mr. Myers here in the tower lane, dial 553. And Darren 008 red gives the win to Johnny. Johnny goes 5543 on a 553 dial with a 29 light. Roten was 008 red at the start, went a 5935 on a 595. So he turned it red and went below. So Mr. Myers continues on his march to another final. Next up, Mr. Neil Huber in the far lane, dialed 594 against Mike DeLorenzo here in the tower lane, dialed 583. His Camaro. And Neil doubling red. DeLorenzo's tearing that green. DeLorenzo goes 5830 on a 583 dial with a -10 light. He was red too, but Neil turned it red first. Neil moves to the next round. I mean, DeLorenzo moves to the next round, sorry. Next pair up, Alex Bradford over in the far lane, dialed 479. Here in the tower lane, Mr. Dennis Long, dialed 487.
Got that long power under the scoop on this thing here. Can he get it done? And he does. Go down there, one above with a 4.
Our next pair up, Mr. Eddie McBride, dialed 611, the far lane. Terrell Sinkler here in the tower lane, dialed 514.
Appreciate Sinkler coming over, making the trip here across the bridge, come down here to play with us.
Yeah, he said he'd be back in a couple weeks for that other race.
What's that other race, Jerry? What's that other
Anniversary show. Anniversary. Yeah, anniversary show. Yeah.
Bad 8 show, you know. Oh, wait a minute. That 514 just might not be bad enough, huh? That ain't gonna get it. That ain't gonna get you in. So we just learned something.
Terrell really start. The dragster make it work, and he can't. He goes 517.3 on the 514 with a 35 light. McBride goes 611 with a 4 on a 611 dial. He was 045, so we were real close down there on the other win, and the win will go to McBride, and he will move into the next round of top today.
And while we're quiet here a little bit, I want to give a big shout out to our sponsors here this weekend. Robert Tolls, Fishbowl out of Dover, Elzig Septic Service, Alton Brothers Home Furnishings, Beach Custom Services. Appreciate every bit of it. Of what they do to support this track.
believe we're down to 4 mods, 6 top, and 2 juniors. So we're winding our way down. Just a few more rounds to go for the day and the weekend show. Looking for Dave Hornsby and David Keaton, please, for your package that you won, please. Melon Performance. Sure, God. Like I say, we're looking for David Hornsby and Dave Keaton, please, for your Melon Performance. Your 3rd round loser, best package, I believe it was. So if we can get you to come get that package, we appreciate that. And we thank those folks for helping us with that.
And also at this time, I need my mod semifinalists, the lanes 1 and 2, please. Mod semifinalists, lanes 1 and 2. And I'll go ahead and bring my junior finals. I need you back to 3 and 4. Junior finals. Need you back to lanes 3 and 4, please. I'm sorry, I had the mic turned off there. Josh Phelps, Tower Side, 589. Dave Keaton over there in the Alton Brothers lane, 591 on the board.
And Keaton turns it red, 0-12. 08 red, but Keaton went first. And Phelps goes 588.0 and a 589 with a double 8 red light. But he'll pick up the win and move into the final of this last day here at the Hillbilly Bracket Bash.
Next up, you got Crystal Hudson here, Tower Side, 609 on the window. Brandon Michaels over there on the far lane with a 711. Crystal turns it red. Give the win to Brandon.
So Brandon will move into the finals today. Man, he's put a mess on. See you, dude.
All right, brother.
Come over one day and have a good. Here we go, the finals today of the Junior Dragsters. Far lane over here, Lucas Gordy in the Alton Brothers lane dialed 795. And here in the LZ Septic Tower lane, Braden Hazard dialed 792. So it's going to be close dial at the start.
Top, need you back to lanes 3 and 4. Top, back to lanes 3 and 4, please. Once again, Fishbowl, top, back to lanes 3 and 4, please. And here we go, Jerry, with our Robert Tall's Junior Dragster final. Last pair down the track this weekend. They're off.
The lights are closed, but they're off. You can do it on the other end. And the win will go to Lucas Gordy.
Breakout win.
She was in 795 with a 3 on a 795. She had a 106 start. Braden runs out, goes 791.7 on a 792. He had a 131 late, so he was slightly behind. He had to try to chase her down, and he run out. So the winner of the day, Lucas Junior Dragster final, is Lucas Gordy. Congratulations, part of that Gordy fleet of race cars. Also Braden, part of that Hazard fleet of juniors. So we thank them for all they do to help that junior program. Hazard All Parts, the big sponsor of that deal. So I want to thank them all very much. But congratulations today to Lucas Gordy.
And also, I'm still looking for Dave Keaton, winner of our third round best losing package, to come up to get your Millings Performance Race Across America package up here in the tower. So Keaton, when you get a chance, ride on up here and pick up your package. And once again, Jerry White's Quad, I want to give a big shout out to this awesome racing track staff here at US 13 Dragway. Put in some 3 long days here this weekend, Jerry.
Yep.
Hot
day. In the 90s. I think they said the heat index today was going to be over 100 degrees. And standing on that blacktop, I've done that many a year, and it don't get any easier, but thank all these people. But it's all a team effort.
That it is.
You got to have people on the track. You got to have staging people. You got to have people down to the ticket booth. You got to have the fine ladies up here in the tower. It's amazing when you hear them say how many people it takes to run a race. And this is just a small race. How many people it takes to do it all. And so, yeah, it takes a lot of people. I've heard Charlie at the banquets talk about how many people it takes to run a race. It's hard to believe. You got to have the people out front at the ticket booth. You know, you need people here for the start line, people to water box, people in the staging lanes. Yep. And you just don't open the gate Friday afternoon or whatever and let everybody in. You know, it's a lot of prep goes on this week. Last week and a half, I think they painted the starting line, got that looking great, did a mess of work back there to the board there behind, the anniversary board, the winner's circle. and a lot of grass here at US 13 to cut. You know, you don't notice it when it's cut, but you sure notice it when it's not cut. So it takes a lot of people to do that. You know, a lot of diesel fuel burnt to keep the grass cut. But I've always told Charlie, and I tell Mark too, you're lucky to have good part-time people who dedicate. I think there's just a couple full-time people here at the track. But it takes a lot of people to make it all happen, and I can't thank all these people enough. And you know, if you see them standing there or whatever they're doing, hey, tell them thanks. It don't hurt much. Appreciate it very much. I know I do.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with talking, Jerry. That's what we do. That's what we do up here. We talk. We're just having a conversation. And here's Dave Keaton. How are you, Dave? It is warm out there. Dave up here to pick up his third round best losing package for the Mill Performance Race Across America. And Jerry, once again, let me give a shout out to Motor Mania TV. Really appreciate them coming down, putting this out there on the live stream.
It gives the racers and the sponsors some recognition, which they all deserve, both sides of it. And like I say, they're coming back in 2 weeks for that 3-day race, my race, and the 60th anniversary show. And I think they're going to have a lot to see. Hopefully, a lot to see. Hopefully, a lot of cars and a lot of dragsters. And
See a lot of fast cars. 2 weeks from now.
How low will they go? That's what I'm talking about. How low will they go? Yeah, they want to know what I think the bump would be. I say, well, not to be smart, but if you got the ass, you must not be bad enough. So, Mr. Dave Foxwell gave the dragster something to think about yesterday. He went out there and went a 4:14 in the heat of the day. So we'll see if anybody shows up, can try to match up with him. But we'll run the fastest 8 dragsters wherever he ends up. We'll run the fastest 8 door cars, and when we get those 2 winners, they'll run each other for that bad to the bone that we'll have, and the winner will move on into the 5th round of the eliminator that day. So looking forward to it. A lot of people to thank.
They're going to be running for what, $5,000 in overall, and then bed 8's $1,000. Top is 5. Last door car stand is 4. So there's 10. Yeah. So come on down and get you some of that. And here we go. Round 5 here of our for our fishbowl top category. Jerry, you got Roland Powell over there in the far lane, dialed up a 482.
Yeah, Mike DeLorenzo here in the tower lane, the LZ septic lane, dial 583 in the door car. So we'll see.
Shout out to Mike for sponsoring this event here this weekend from the fishbowl up there in Dover, Delaware.
I think it's up there on the left going north, right outside by near Camden Avenue.
They actually install big aquariums, do all saltwater tanks, take care of freshwater tanks. They got it going on. Awesome. Awesome.
A little close at the start. Oh.
Roland's going to pick up the win. One above with a 9.
16 light. DeLorenzo goes 586.5 on the 583, had a 10 light. But Mr. Powell drove around down there and picks up the win, and we'll get down to, I believe, 3. That'd be the semis next round. Mr. Powell hanging tough.
Next up, Billy Groton over there in the Alton Brothers lane.
And Mr. Myers in his strong running Thunderbird dial 554 here in the tower lane. Oh, almost identical at the start. And the winner goes Billy Groton. Billy goes 747 with a 7 on 46 with a 30 light. Myers goes 556.8 on a 554 dial with a 31. So they were almost identical at the start. But Billy slightly better, so he'll move into the semis.
Next up, Dennis Long over there in the Alton Brothers lane. 487 on the dial-in board.
In tower lane, Mr. Eddie McBride in the LZ septic lane dialed 611 in his Camaro.
Eddie and both of these guys put in some laps this weekend too.
Whoa, Dennis has got the advantage at the start. Can the white dragster pull him around? Yes, he does. Dennis goes 488.2 with a 487 with a 15 light. And McBride runs out, goes a 609.6 on a 611, but he was slightly behind an 032. So Dennis will move down into the semis today in this last day of racing here at the Hillbilly Bracket Bash. So
Ridgely Park, PA. Not sure where you're at there.
Dennis, a longtime racer, and also builds engines over there at his shop there in Chesapeake City.
Yeah, a few of his power plants rolling around here. once again, I see everybody starting to make their way out of here. Make sure you stay safe on the way home. Really appreciate you all coming out. Support US 13 and the second annual Hillbilly Bash.
So, next Friday night here at the US 13 Dragway, they got the Friday night fights, and that's a prep race, and get a lot of street cars. And guys come out for that night, so they strut their stuff a little bit, and then we're off. Mark has given us off the weekend to prepare us for that three-day show, the anniversary. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're lucky. We don't round down.
All right, we need our mod finals. Lanes 1 and 2, please. Mod finals to 1 and 2. go. Mod's final. Mod's final. Josh Phelps over there in the far lane. 589. Brandon, tower lane dialed 709. Should be a good matchup here. Josh won a couple weeks ago here. Of course, Brandon won too. Won the other night, I believe. Oh, Josh got him on the tree. And he makes it work for himself. Goes 591 with a 0 on a 589 with a 008. Brandon was 711 with a 6 on a 709, but he was behind at the start, 017. So, wow, Josh picks up another win here. A couple weeks ago, I believe he won. So, congratulations to Josh Phelps. Him and his dad, I believe, are here. And congratulations for winning the Sunday editions of the Hillbilly Bracket Bash right here at US 13 Dragway. It's a nice deal. So congratulations. He'll be standing there in the winner's circle with his crazy Hillbilly trophy and check, and great feeling, great feeling. But looking for those folks there to come in. So again, congratulations to our winners today. Mr. Phelps from Denton, Maryland. I know him and Pop will be happy. want to thank again our live feed sponsors for helping get Motor Mania here free this weekend. Alton Brothers Home Furnishings, Elsie Septic Service. I want to thank those people, Elsie's. Yeah, I want to thank all those folks. Appreciate it very much. It's nice being at the track, but I tell you what, it's nice sitting in my recliner with air conditioning blowing on me too. Been a hot 3 days. Hot 3 days, but it's winding down now, so we're getting close. Be safe, the Hubers, be safe. Our semifinals of top today. Semifinals. And Mr. Roland Powell in that far lane. Alton Brothers far lane over there in his dragster. And over here in the tower lane, Mr. Billy Groton and his four-door race car, dialed 746. Reaction time. To the tower lane. Billy goes 747 with a 5 on a 746 dial with a 13 light. And Powell goes 484 with an 8 on a 483 dial, but he was way back at a 094 light. So Billy Groton will move into the finals today here with He'll go into the finals here as Mr. Long. Dennis Long picks up the bye run here in the semis. So it'll be a dragster against a door car. Dennis dialed 487 over there in his dragster. Dennis taking this hit here for his bye run. Oh, 27 hit. I don't know. I think he tried to hit the tree was all, so he's backing up and go right to the staging lanes as he picks up the win up, and he'll move into the final.
Welding, pumps, regulators, filters, fueling champions.
Got me stone cold. Russ Archer and Eddie McBride. If you're still here, you have some payout money up in the second floor of the tower.
So here we go. So here we go to finals of this 3-day bracket bash. In the top race, far lane Billy Groton in that 4-door race car against Dennis Long and his dragster. Billy's going to be dialed 746 and Dennis is dialing 488 in his dragster. So the last pair of a long 3-day race, but appreciate everybody coming out, supporting each other and the track and all the sponsors. So who will win the last race of the day and the weekend? Eddie McBride. Eddie McBride. If you're still here, you have a payout at the window, please, here at the tower. Anybody in the pits who has money coming to them, please come on up to the tower so Denise ladies can finish up their work here. And I know everybody wants to get going, so appreciate it. Anybody, if they got any money left, come on up. Dennis, slight advantage. The dragster has a slight advantage. And Dennis does it. Dennis goes 489 with a 6 on a 488 dial with a 009 light. Billy goes 751 with a 6 on a 746 dial. He was behind at a 021 light. So Dennis picks up the win here today in the conclusion of our race. Congratulations, Mr. Dennis. So I want to thank everyone for coming out. Like I said, we're here next Friday night for the street fights, the prep track.
Denise, can you get out? Or I don't know.
Welding, pumps, regulators, filters, fueling champions.
Well, that's a wrap. Okie dokie. Hey. Alrighty. Okay, so today we had Lucas Gordy in the juniors, took the victory in the Toll Plumbing Junior Dragster Shootout. And then we had, let's see, we had in the Sunday Beach Custom Services mod race, 2.5 race, Josh Phelps in the red Camaro took that victory. In the Sunday Fishbowl top, of course, we just had Dennis Long in the long skinny car, the white car, the dragster, took that victory over local hero Billy Groton. Okay, now Saturday we had Ella Ketterman took the Toll Plumbing Junior Dragster Shootout. Brandon Michaels took the Saturday Beach Custom Services Mod 2.5K. And we had Brian Bogle. He took the Saturday Fishbowl Top 5K. On Friday, we had Paul Riddle Jr. took the Friday Beach Custom Services Mod 2.5K. We had Philip Truitt took the Friday Fishbowl Top 5K. And then they put together a Hillbilly Mayhem shootout or whatever. Anyway, and Brandon Layfield took that one on Friday. We are headed to Bowling Green. We will be with Verge. Mark and I will be with Verge, but Tony is headed to, where is he headed to? It's Killcare. He's going there for the TB Promotions 50K. So, lots to tune into next week. We will see you all then. Say your goodbyes to each other, because we are out of here.